Good morning, everybody. Who we got? Morning, Laura. Morning, Darren. Morning, Miss Amanda. Edward. Hey, ladies. How are you, Edward? Miss Mary Rose, how are you? Miss Tomika, always a pleasure. Luke, what's up? Hopefully you're getting some of this nice weather, Luke. Yesterday was a bit suspect, but supposed to be getting nice again here in the Midwest. So hopefully you're getting that too. Morning, Mr. Welf. Give everybody a minute or two here to get in. All right. Can you guys hear me okay? Is it just Mary Rose or is it everybody? Anybody? Can I get a sound check? You can hear me? Okay. Thanks, man. Okay. I think that's just Mary Rose. Okay. Am I talking like Dr. Evil? Not intentionally. I do that when no one is around, Ed, just for fun. But no, I'm not. You got it now? Okay. All right. Good deal. All right, everybody, let's get started. We got a lot to cover. Okay. Hope everybody had a good night. Ready to go. All right. So starting off on news today, we do have news. So other than all the geopolitical stuff going on, but today at 9:45, don't let this sneak up on you, right? This is one of those that kind of at an off time. So don't let this sneak up on you. 9:45, right? And then 10 a.m. Okay, so more than likely we'll get the gap filled by then, but just be aware that we've got news at 9:45 and 10. And then the rest of the week is pretty slow, guys. Nothing really tomorrow. We've got our normal unemployment claims on Thursday. And then U of M, team up north for the Ohio people at 10 a.m. on Friday. Okay, so pretty quiet going into the rest of the week. This is our major news event of the week, and we're getting it on a Tuesday. Okay, so that's what we got going into the week. Now, going over our Fed Fund futures now, unless this has changed in the past 20 minutes. If you look, we're pushed out now for a rate cut all the way to October of 27. Okay, now all this is going to change, obviously, but look at these numbers. These are percent chance of a hike. Okay, and the majority of this has to do, obviously, with the war in the Middle East and crude oil prices. But wild, right? Not wild. What a shift. All the way out to October. All right. Be interesting to see what this is after today. And obviously, all it's going to take to really shake things up is, things in the Middle East to get worked out. All right. But pretty nuts. All right. I haven't seen this before where we're pushed out all the way a year and a half, call it, for a rate cut. Okay. All right. So there's where we're sitting going into today. All right. We'll get after it. Okay. All right. RC, good morning. And you want to talk like Dr. Evil the whole life? I was thinking after Peaky Blinders last Friday, I should talk like Tommy Shelby. Yesterday, but I decided to spare you all my Tommy Shelby impression. Michael. All right. Anyway, yeah, you can probably bet against that October cut, Nate. I think the over under on that, you're going to be safe. Okay, moving on. Yes, Amanda. Pretty good ending to Peaky Blinders. I'm not 100% happy with it. Granted, my opinion means zero, but I thought it was a little rushed, to be honest with you. A little rushed, but nonetheless, it was good to see the Shelby family, or at least part of them, again. Now, as you all know, I had a big crush on Ada Shelby, so I was a little disappointed at the beginning of that. I won't spoil it, Edward, but yes, as you all know, Ada Shelby, my crush. Yeah, I won't spoil anything. So anyway, all right. So yeah, yeah, Amanda, don't spoil it for Edward. All right. So they could have done that movie. Could have been like a whole season, right? That movie could have been like a whole season. Okay. Thanks, Amanda. All right. Did I switch my screen yet? Yes, I did. Okay. All right. So lots going on. So starting off on the VIX. Now remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. This runs inverse to the US indices. Okay. So here are these just nasty 1580s that since beginning of, or since January, have led the indices down. Okay. So 1580 down here, I know on TradingView it might look different, but drawing from the 1580s, all right, we've had these support levels once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and we ran right back into them yesterday. Okay, now here's the thing that's putting this VIX rally in a little bit of a different light than the past times we've made these pullbacks, right? Is there's a short from highs from the 27.75s down to these 22.60s. So those haven't broken, okay? Now, normally we bounce off this support level or those 1580s to whatever the high was, bounce off that support level, we don't have any problem, right? We go up, we break the short and off to new highs. But this time we haven't, okay? Now, this long from lows, all right, is just drawn from these 2260s, right, to our highs up here, excuse me. What is that? 25.15. Okay, so this long broke the first time, but now we're redefending this long. See this? And we haven't broken it. Okay, this 61.8 is a 23.57, so we round down to 55, subtract a tick, 50. Guess what we traded? The 50. Okay, so this long from lows is still holding, right? So we're kind of chopping between this short and this long. So what we can watch going into the morning, right, is just consider this a range right now. Okay, top of the range, bottom of the range, which is actually a more or less a reprieve from how things have been in the past, right? At least for this year, at least the VIX not lifting off, right? 1 second, guys. My screen got a little wonky. Hang on real quick. There we go. So we'll see. We're stuck right in the middle here, right? We're absolutely stuck right in the middle. Now, if the VIX would break these 50s, okay, and trade 45, then we're going to fall potentially back down to the bottom of this range. Now, that might not look like very far, okay, but remember the indices are going to move further, farther, faster in the other way, in the opposite direction than the VIX does. So this little move on the VIX right here could be a substantial squeeze on the indices, all right? So that's where we are going into the morning, and we'll look at this in relation to the gap fill here in a second, but you can see we're just stuck, right? We're stuck. You could even draw a short from highs and a long from lows and see that we're stuck right between those two, all right? So the VIX falls this morning, at least back down into support, then the indices are going to have a squeeze. The VIX lifts off back to the top of the range, right? Then the indices are going to have a pullback or going to sell off. Okay, but if we get up here and we break these, what is that, 78, round up to 80, 85. All right, these 25.85s, we break those, we're on our way. We got targets way up here. Okay, so we'll see. All right, we'll see going in the morning. Remember, Tuesday at 10 a.m. is when the real volume for our markets kick in. All right, so we haven't even started the, in quotes, real week yet. Okay, so any questions on this as to where we are? Anybody? Anybody? Everybody good? All right. Okay. All right, good deal. All right, so that's where we're sitting. All right. Okay, moving on. Now, Bank's painting a bit of a different or a more bullish story than the VIX is. The VIX is kind of going sideways. But if you look at our financials, now remember, this is Bank. This is just an index. It's not traded. All right. Bank is falling, negative environment. Bank is rallying, positive environment for the indices. You can see we've got these longs from lows, right? From this low down here on the 19th to our highs yesterday. Okay, there's this little pullback. All right, so, and again, remember, it's just an index, so it doesn't have to make it all the way down here. These draws are just a guide. All right, but if we do hold these pullbacks and lift off, then we've got a very positive environment for the indices. Okay, now, again, if we continue down, then, you know, that's that boat anchor on the indices. Makes it real tough for them to go up. A lot easier to go down. Okay, so we'll see where we open up, you know, what direction we get moving here. But Bank is showing us, as of right now, Bank is showing us that, you know, there could be a nice tailwind behind the indices. Okay, and I don't say this as often as I should, but the VIX and Bank, what we're talking about, that's just the U.S. indices. Okay, now the U.S. indices affect a lot of things, but VIX and Bank don't directly affect crude oil, the precious metals, currencies, any of that, Bitcoin, none of that. Okay, it's just for the U.S. indices. All right, so we'll see when we open. All right, now on to the ES. So the ES, the VIX, those 1580s on the VIX, that's this high right here on the ES. Let me get rid of some of this stuff so you can see it a little bit better. Okay, so this is the equivalent of those 1580s on the VIX. All right, that low that's been holding. And this was on January 28th. All right, highs to lows, just inverse of the VIX. Right there is when the VIX slammed into that long setup again. Okay, but what we're watching going into the morning, come on, why did it do that, Tamika? There we go. Okay, so there's that VIX long. Okay, those 1580s to highs. This is the equivalent on the ES right there. So what we're watching going into the morning are these inverse of the VIX. There's the big war deal run up. All right. Dang, Edward, 8:30 news. We don't have news today, unless I missed something. We don't have 8:30 news. I don't think so. Tamika, tell me if I'm wrong, unless we got news coming in I don't know about. All right. No, I'm not saying anything, Ed. I'm not saying anything. DM Ivan, he's all about spoilers when it comes to Peaky Blinder stuff. He'll unload on you on that one. Oh, Unilever across. Okay. It seems muted so far. We'll see. All right. So, okay. So anyway, this long, okay. Thanks, Ivan. Don't know. We said no spoilers, Ivan. You son of a. This has been going on since Saturday. All right. Hold on. All right. So this. Hang on. This long right here, I'll get through it. All right. This long right here, okay, is that big short, right? Is this. Okay. So we'll see. Now, this was a little bit sloppy, but we know that indices can be sloppy. We're not too concerned with that. All right. But here's that VIX long setup. All right. Right there is this. Okay. So you can see the VIX squeezing back to the top of the range. So we'll see. It'd be really interesting to see where we are and what happens at that 10 o'clock time frame today. Okay. All right. So our gap fill. Now, we're within reason today compared to yesterday. Our gap fill's up here at 66.3150. All right. Here's 10 points away. Here's 20 points away. So we're currently outside of 20 points. However, as long as the VIX is holding the top of this support level or resistance level, okay, we can roll back down off of that, and wherever the indices are can lead us up into the gap fill. Now, if we open outside of these 20 points, right, we're going to definitely have to pay attention to the half. All right. But at 9:30, if we've squeezed high enough inside of these 20 points, then we have about a 70% chance of this gap fill. All right. So we'll watch those 20 points, and we will watch the VIX at these highs. I'm just going to put a line up here just so I can see it. Okay. All right. So that's what the ES is. So indices are not out of the woods by any means, right? This big old squeeze yesterday just slammed us into that halfway back short, just like it dropped us right into the halfway back long on the VIX. Okay. Morning, Jay Wavy. All right. Okay. So any questions on the VIX and the gap fill? Going through our morning here. Anybody? I think everybody's good. Okay. All right, moving on. Once you know what's going on in the ES, the NASDAQ's quite in line here. Stop that. There we go. All right, here's the NASDAQ on the larger time frame. All right, from January 28th to this low, right? And that was on February 5th. That's what we traded into. You could make the case we hit this target, but we officially didn't. It was like 30 points away. Okay. So regardless, we're still watching this next measured move inside of that from February 25th to lows. Okay, right there. Excuse me. All right. And then as we zoom in, you're going to see very similar to the ES, right? We've got this long from lows. All right, right there. And then here's this short from highs. It's already traded once to a target. Traded it right there. There's the target right there. Bounced off the target. Here's number 2. And that's what we're running into. Okay, so we'll see. It's all about what that VIX does in that range. Okay, the VIX breaks the top of that range and breaks that short setup. Oof, right? Indices are in trouble. Okay, so we'll just let the ES gap fill in the VIX be our guide. right, going into the morning. Okay. Coming up back on the top of that range. Now, let me run this through this scenario with you guys. All right. So the VIX comes up to the top of the range, right? We can't get through it. We start to roll back over, right? From the top of that range. That's your gap fill entry right there. Okay. This would be the gap fill entry. Okay. So we'll see. And those of you that have been around a while, you can see that plain as day, right? That's your gap fill entry. As long as we get up here and we can't get through, right? Because then we're at least going to get a small rollover, and that's going to be enough to lead us at least in the direction of the half. Okay, but nothing yet until the VIX gets to that resistance. Okay, and if it doesn't stop and keeps going, then all bets are off. All right. Okay, now on the YM, a little something interesting on the YM yesterday. Now, we're not going to get too excited about this yet, but its next measured move from March 10th to our lows, that actually broke. Okay, that actually pierced. We're not going to get too excited because the other indices haven't yet. But remember, the YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to banks movements, right? So if bank is in longs and opens up and lifts off, then you could see this would be our first break of shorts, and then this would be the long, right? Now, we're not there yet. Okay, we're not there yet by any means, but it'll be really interesting to see what bank does when we open up today. Okay, and here's that short from highs, just like all the other indices have. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see if this support holds. This support is the VIX resistance, right? It's not so much if this holds, is if the VIX holds resistance. Okay, moving on to the Russells. All right, now the Russells in these massive short setups. Zoom out here. Okay, and that's from our highs, January 22nd to lows, traded at once, squeezed right back up to it. And now we're almost right in the middle of this range, which is a little spooky. All right, zooming in, there's that long from lows, and here's that short from highs. Okay. A little sloppy the first time, but there we go. All right, so we'll see where bank opens up, what way it gets moving, right? And that's going to obviously affect the YM and the Russells more immediately than the ES and the NASDAQ. Okay. All right, so there comes the VIX coming up on resistance there. We'll watch for a reaction when we get up here. All right, any questions? VIX bank indices. Anybody? Everybody good? Oh, first words all day. How's Zeta? Cracking me up. Okay. All right. Okay, moving on. Bitcoin. Right, still Bitcoin winner. Right, here's where we are. Nothing's really changed. Just creeping along here. All right, we're still in these longs from February 5th to our highs, March 4th, boom, right there. Okay, we've come back down to it, but we haven't broken this resistance, right? So we'll see. Until it breaks that short, right, we could fall back down to support again. Okay, we do have, remember, we've got these resistance levels up above us that would be a normal normal trend or counter trend here up into resistance, which is kind of what we're looking for, but to get short up here, but nothing yet. All right, nothing yet. I haven't been adding down here, if you were wondering, because it's still in this counter trend, right? I mean, even though we haven't lifted off, I haven't added down here. looking to add when we get right back up there, if we get there, right? If we get there. Now, for some reason, Bitcoin would break this long, this larger long we're in, whole different conversation, right? Whole different conversation. Okay. Thank you, Ivan. I know I'll get over it. Grief takes a while. No, that is. So, okay. So there's Bitcoin. Nothing's really changed. Now, crude oil. Okay. Crude oil potentially, I mean, obviously anything can happen with crude oil right now, right? With what's going on in the Middle East. But here's this short setup, okay, from our freak out spike here, March 8th down to our lows on March 10th. There's that short. That hasn't broken, right? Let me get rid of this. We're not even 100% of that guy. That short never broke. Okay, so, but then we did break our long from lows, our counter trend or our opposing move. So we have this short from highs, right? This short from highs holds on crude oil, right? You're going to see crude oil roll over. That's going to be bullish for the indices. Now, normally there's not this sort of correlation, but right now, crude oil strength, indice weakness, crude oil weakness, indice strength. Why is that? Because of the Fed Fund futures and because of the inflation. Anything planes, trains, and automobiles, right, that runs on crude oil, this thing spikes again, rates are going to be higher for longer because energy costs are going to go up, right? So we'll see. But this guy gets up here and rolls over. We could see a substantial rally on the indices. All right, if right now it could chop up here, it could act toddlerish inside of this and not hold anything, but we'll see. But that's what price is telling us right now, right? That we could potentially make this squeeze and roll over. All right, now going on to gold and silver. So here's gold. Gold's in these massive extension longs, right, which are down below us. But here's the short that we have yet to break. All right, from our lows on March 3rd to our lows here on the 23rd. That's the extension. That hasn't broken. Okay, we're kind of going sideways from that extension short, which hasn't broken, so we haven't broken trend yet. And this long from lows. Now, this long from lows was strong. I mean, it was defended, right? So more than likely, we're just kind of going to get tighter and tighter inside of this thing. Okay, because you can see that there's this little short from highs, right? But it broke. Okay, and now this little long from lows, pretty sure that's broken. It might not have. Let's see, it's going to be close. Nope, didn't. Okay, so there's that little long from lows, but that's right in the middle of that range. Okay, so that's not something we want to blindly trust. All right, but we're trapped here between that extension short and that long. Now, if we get some more dollar weakness, crude oil rolls over, right? We could get a nice boost here on our precious metals, but nothing too crazy yet. Now, silver, okay, has bounced off this long from 0 to all-time highs. So that's a true half off sale in the history of forever, right? From 0 to the highs, the forever highs, all-time highs, okay? So here's the short. It's from March 17th to our lows, and that's up here. Haven't broken it. But look what silver's doing, right? Look at the reaction we got off that long, that counter trend. Bam, right? Just screamed off of that thing. All right, but now we've touched the top of the range, so we could fall back down, start to chop sideways. Okay? So we're stuck between this long and this short. Not a whole lot going on here. The entry was here. And, you know, we'll see. Right? We'll see. It might take a little catalyst to get us out of these things. All right, so on to the dollar. Now, this could be the catalyst, right? Here's DXY. Now, this isn't the dollar. It's a bunch of different currencies put together in an index. But it does have this short setup. Now, that's from our highs on the 13th down here to our lows yesterday. So this little pullback would be brief dollar strength back into dollar weakness. Okay, so if we do get this dollar strength, and remember, this is just an index, so it doesn't have to be perfect. If we do get this brief dollar strength, that can put a headwind against the indices and the precious metals. But we roll back over, that's the tailwind that we're looking for. Okay, that's absolutely important. So when we get to the actual currencies, here's the dollar yen. All right, squeezing up into its resistance level. All right, and that's drawn from these highs on March 23rd to this low on the 23rd yesterday. There's the pullback, right? Never hit our target, so we just leave it there. So we're coming right back up here. Okay, and there's a dip into highs right there. So if we can't continue, we could roll over back into dollar weakness. Big deal, right? Now onto the euro. Okay, here's the euro. The euro was in an extension short that broke. So here's the next measured move from January 27th. This is all the way halfway back on the year. January 27th to our lows. That's up here. See this room? See all that room we have to get up to resistance? So that's what we're watching for, is now that the euro has broken that extension short we were in, okay, we're watching this pullback. Okay, you can see that's why I got alerts up there. All right, so we're watching this pullback to see if we can get this pullback to lift off, and look at all that room, right? This is a 4-hour chart. Look at all that room for dollar weakness. So if we get that, right, if we do get these dollar weakness trades, we're not there yet. Remember, nothing on the indices happens fast. Trend changes do not happen fast, okay? Like turning the Titanic around, all right? So we'll see if we can get this pullback, and this pullback holds, if we even get it, right? We might get a wild hair, H-A-R-E, not make this and just lift off into dollar weakness. We'll see. But again, opposite side of that, this pullback would be dollar strength until we get there, okay? All right, so what do we got going? Okay, so VIX getting back up to the top of that range. That means the indices are going to be making this pullback. Dollar sideways. Gold and silver, they're going to be making pullbacks with this dollar, right? They're going to be, as long as we have this dollar strength trade during this pullback, right? That's going to put a headwind against the precious metals. Okay, so we'll see as the VIX gets back to the top of this range, what's going to happen up here. Okay, all right, any questions? I know that was a lot, but any questions? This is if these hold, right? If this holds up here, that's the gap fill entry, or at least a half, right? At least a half. Okay, because we're gonna, more than likely, we're gonna be outside of 20 points. Okay, everyone good? Everyone locked, dialed in? News at 9:45 and 10. Everybody good? All right. Okay, very good, guys. I'll talk to you guys at noon. Tyler, you got us? Tyler? I don't know if you can hear me. You're welcome, Amanda. Hello, hello. Yeah, it is, Tamika, isn't it? Anytime the VIX is in these long setups, it just jacks everything up, right? Just makes things just a little bit more difficult. Whether you're looking long or short, regardless, it just makes things a little more difficult. All right, so we're almost there. Okay. All right. Okay, very good. Tyler, you there? Tyler? All right. Well, I have to get off here, guys. So I'm not sure what's going to happen. No, Ivan, thank you. Thanks, Miss Tamika. I don't know, 8:52, that's not too bad. All right. Ty, thanks, brother. All right. Oh, since we got some time here and Tyler's going on, do you guys have a dog in the fight for March? JD, what's up? You want to take a look at AU? Let's see. Oh, hang on, I don't want to do it there. Let's look at that. Oh, is the gold spot? Let's see. All right. Boom. Okay, let's see. Is this a minor? What is this? Okay. All right, let's see. Let's see what this one's saying. Now, obviously, just go off of gold, right? Look at the gold futures, right? That's the big thing. Okay, it's going to look very similar. All right. So anytime I'm looking at the miners, right? I'm going to be looking at the actual precious metals more than anything. There's going to be an extension long, just like there is on gold. This is the extension long on gold. Way back here from 2020. Okay, that's on the gold futures right there. And it's going to be, it's going to look almost identical, right? So going back to gold, right? If you go back, where'd you guys go? And you go back to gold here, you'll see that gold is not yet broken out of short setups. It's still in shorts. Okay. So gold needs to break these 46, 59, 30s to break trend. It's still in a downtrend. Right. Now, granted, it's chopping around, but we haven't quite broken trend yet. So getting long anything gold or silver related, right? You're in more of an accumulation phase, if you want to call it that, on stock, because the futures have not broken out of shorts yet. They're still in short setups, right? So yeah, that's what it looks like. You know, we can't really do anything here. What we're watching for is this extension to break and then jump all over that first pullback that's going to lift us off. Stretch that rubber band down on that pullback and then snap us higher. Not quite there yet. This extent, I mean, the thing is, this extension still has a target down here at 38.86, right? So until it breaks, that's where it could lead us. All right, hope that helped. Hope that helped. You got St. John's in there, Lar? Nice. Very cool. We got Purdue. Obviously, we got Purdue here. Okay, guys, I got to get to, I got something I got to do here. So I do need to get off. So I'm not sure who's coming on after me, but make sure I don't have a message or something here. Nope. Okay. All right, Tyler. Okay, there we go. All right. Thanks, everybody. Talk to you later. All right, bye.
Can you hear me now? 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 Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, sorry, I had one of my buttons off here. But anyway, what I was saying is earlier, if Aaron needed to get off, my daughter I was getting her ready for school, so I had to step away for a minute there. But anyway, Zach's coming on for live trading. It'll be Zach and I doing our thing today, so make sure you guys stick around for that. In the meantime, we're just gonna step away real quick, and we'll be back on when Zach gets here. So don't go anywhere. See you soon, everybody. Good morning, everybody. We are back. Happy Tuesday, everyone. March 24th. We've had some interesting things happen in the market already this week. Zach, how are you doing? I think I saw a story. You had one of your better future trading days ever yesterday. Was that yesterday?
Yeah. I got I received from Friday a $7,000 payout from Take Profit Trader, and then I got another $6,300 payout from Take Profit. And now I think I'm like $100 away from my first top one payout, which I think should be for $7,000.
Heck yeah.
And then I didn't get a payout yet, so I'm not going. I just need to like flip 2 more days, but I made almost $6,000 on 3 different alpha accounts, so a total of 18K. So very good day.
Damn, baby, let's go. Let's bang. That's a banger. We gotta give it the banger.
Yeah.
Wake everybody up this morning here. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Well, nice, man. Good morning, Frank. Good morning, everybody else that's on. Feel free to say what's up if you're on tuning in. Zach, do you have anything that you are keeping on watch this morning? We got about 10 minutes here to market open.
Yeah. I've got some names, but like truthfully, like even though we've technically broken down out of this like range that we've been in, I just am still not really interested in options. And like I've been scanning options to the up and to the downside, and it's just not really enticing to me because we'll get like a day like yesterday where a lot of names, even despite the market weakness end of day, right, they were up 5 to 10+%. And now today they're getting a little bit of gap down, but still within yesterday range. So again, I've been open to shorts. I just haven't been finding any that I like. And on top of that, my preferred short setup is typically from the post earnings setups, which have been pretty dry the last like week and a half or so. I do have some names, but we'll see what happens. So Teradyne is one that I was watching yesterday for a swing because at the highs it looked like the daily was going to flip back to the upside. However, now a bit of a topping tail. So I think the best case scenario here would be a daily 1, 2, 3, post like an inside bar, or maybe sweep the lows and then go from there. Depending on the day, I'd be open to dip buy at like 302s, but it's a little shaky because the daily hasn't flipped yet. So I think best case here, daily 1, 2, 3 end of day, take that for a swing. Next up is in here in FIGs. This one actually was gapping up more and kind of now is opening flat. So we kind of lost that gap, so we have to see. But we have this post-earnings gap up with this, I think, was the highest volume ever here. Now kind of just filling out this post-earnings gap, retesting the daily 20 EMA. I believe it tested the weekly 8, yeah, just about. Still an inside weekly bar, but, I'd be looking to take a long in here back up to these highs. And then next up I have Sphere. This is a very interesting one. This is actually one of the strongest names of 2026, weirdly enough, from this kind of consolidation point up to this big rally that's been holding since this whole, market drop or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So we've just been going sideways since the last earnings, really just in a big range. The daily tried to flip down, then it flipped back up. So it's a failed daily flip down, which usually means the other side. So I'd be looking for a move above 112 to long, back up basically to the all-time highs. And then ideally we get another 1 or 2 sideways days here, but I'm looking at AAOI still. I took it last week, got a full bear reversal last week, so I closed it out. Of course, we had the good news yesterday, so we got saved, but I'm not eager to jump back in yet. Maybe I could have held, sure, but again, if we had anything but the news yesterday, this was looking like it was going to go lower and maybe even, retest the weekly 8 EMA around like $78. So definitely looking at that again. And then I opened up some Dave yesterday.
Oh, let's go back on Dave.
Yeah, back on Dave. So I took it, I believe, this day here after that post earnings. Yeah, we got a dip buy for post earnings. It did rally higher, which was expected. But again, in this market, I'm just trying to take what I can option wise. And now it's kind of spent the last couple of weeks going sideways, retracing slowly. But again, the market's been dropping pretty decently here the last few weeks. And Dave is just kind of hanging in there with those daily EMAs. So I really like the strength in there. The weekly is looking like it's going to flip back up for the first time, basically since the start of the year. Daily broke over last week high. We kind of have all the pieces here. So, an ugly daily close under like the 8 or the 20, I'd probably exit because that could be a lower high. But until then, holding, I have April contracts. This is the first kind of pivot high target, but then really over that, it's back up towards like 245, 250-ish area. So I really like this setup here. It's one of the stronger names in the market as well. And then again, like I said, there's not really much I want to short individual names wise, because I feel like if I'm going to short something, I've just been doing well shorting the futures, especially gold and silver. Gold finally got its first daily downside flip in, I think it was 7 months that I looked at. So you can see we flipped to the downside here, and you can see that accelerated sell. Today can kind of go either way. I'd be looking for a short from higher, but I'm also open to really anything. If we go lower and maybe a failure to go lower from there, I'm just open to anything. Gold's been very volatile. The last few days or last week, honestly, I've been really just like aiming short, and it's been great. I'm open to either direction here. We are at that monthly 8, so that's why it really could go either way. We could rally back to daily 8 before selling off again. Who knows? So that's what I'm watching for gold. Kind of same view for silver. And as far as the indices go, it's kind of dicey, truthfully, because like all signs point to us going down at this point. So we're underneath level currently right now. If you look at the hourly with extended off, we're gonna be underneath yesterday low. My gut tells me that we're gonna very least fill this gap down here, and then we'll see what happens from there. If we start breaking underneath these lows, we can start challenging those overnight lows from the weekend, and then from there, we'll see. But I have to lean short here. So what I'd be looking for at the open is a spike. Let's throw it extended back up. I'd be looking for a spike up to this like 315 area, back under the opening print for a short, down to that like 24,050 area, which is also that gap fill. We're underneath the monthly EMA. The one thing I was aware of is that if we do rally hard, we can act as if we tag the monthly 20 EMA via time, which I'm aware of. But I'm not also opposed to a scenario where we hit that directly. So, I can see a long coming from below, but other than the fact that just to screw everybody over, I can't really see a long playing out from the open. So that's why I'm not going to like take a direct order near this 24,315 level. I want to wait for it to test back under the opening print, confirm for us. But as always, no rush at all. So
nice. I like it. Frank, congrats on the good day, great day. Futures yesterday. He also said to you, Zach, that he doesn't know how you did it, but he somehow caught your cold through the mic.
Yeah,
so if you could do us a favor, not send that through my mic, over here, that'd be great. That being said, my kids have both been a little sick, and like I've been sleeping. They've been sleeping in my bed. They've been like sneezing, coughing in my face. I'm like, my immune system, every cell in there's fighting right now.
Yeah, no, I think it was just because it was so hot and got so cold. It literally went from like 70 to 35 in 2 days.
Oh, dude, I know, it's been nuts.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what I got.
Sounds good. We got about 2.5 minutes here, 2 minutes, 10 seconds till market open. I'm also leaning towards shorts on the indices.
Yeah, it's just this market is just really just more than like quote bad. It's just like uninteresting. Like I said this before, I think, but in a normal quote market, right? You have more wiggle room, and you don't have to be as like selective and critical, and like watch every little tick, right? In this market, you have to really, really, really like be hawking your setup at all times. And on top of that, stock selection really matters. Like, even on a green day, I may only have a basket of names that are doing really well. Everything else kind of just like treading water. And I do believe, and this is what I've said, is that I think these mega tech names went on such a crazy run that, like an NVIDIA, right? It gets to a point where how can they still sustain this exponential growth?
Mm-hmm.
So the market has to kind of readjust to that. And, NVIDIA is a big weight in this buying queue. So, we shall see. But ultimately, it just kind of led me just to focus more on futures, which has been solid. So
Yeah, and then you had the geopolitical nonsense that's all going on too, and it's made for just definitely a different market behavior than most of us are used
absolutely,
to for a longer period of time. I should say. Like I feel like we've all gone through times like these, but it's like this has
yep,
been pretty sustained for how long this kind of
yeah.
thing's been going on.
Because even the 2022 like bear market, the action was down, but at least it was clean. It was pretty clean. I remember like the shorts were quote easy, where now it's been tough. So
There's market open, ladies and gentlemen.
yeah. So we did get a spike up now back under the open, but I really would like us to pop up higher first. I think a crazy dream world scenario would be if we pop higher to that level underneath the opening print, short it down to that 2400, 24,000-ish area,
Mm-hmm.
and then additionally long it from there, and then we have all these alerts popping. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Long it from there, upside gap fill.
Listen, that sounds like a fun day to me. I could get on board with that for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm watching the same area as you for a rally that we can kind of reject from. Seeing the push higher here now.
So this is what I'm looking for. Again, I'm not personally going to short this directly. It could bite me, and this could be the high. But I would rather see it reject back under the opening print, just because we have that much room where I don't really mind
agreed.
missing out for 60 points. Because
Agreed.
he honestly could keep pushing to the gap fill. Like that,
Mhm.
that's also a scenario where that could fill first. Which if we do fill the gap like right away, like just like first maybe call it under 30 minutes, 25 minutes, I think I would take an aggressive short, because from there, low to highs would be roughly 150, 170 points or so, just eyeballing quick. So if that does happen, we get that push, I think I would take a short right there. But even if this short right now results in points, I'm okay if I miss it. Of course, that dang AAOI is making a move. Tough to trade. Because that thing, I literally took it bullish engulfing bar on Thursday, up whatever it was up, and then the next day dropped 17% bearish engulfing bar. So I said, okay, like if I size this thing for 0, like it makes sense. But I didn't size it for 0. My stop was underneath the daily 20. So yeah. I did have a swing in PL from Friday, which was like a lotto, which got theta burned. But this thing does still have potential. If it breaks last week high, it really could start moving. So we'll see.
Starting to see the rejection from previous day's low here. See how this bar plays out.
SPY has a little bit less of a topping tail here, which makes me believe we might get that push up in the gap, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's interesting. The Russell showing some solid strength. VIX pull back. NQ given a potential 3-bar play on the 2-minute. See though, we just got the first 5-minute close. ES has not gotten back up into its previous day's low yet.
We just got shy of level though. Should be nasty if we front run that a little bit. So watching underneath that. I think it's going to be 224, 224s or so under there. Silver and gold dropping under level right now. Could be a little short. Watching it. Q getting back to the open print under a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, NQ rejection a little harsher here than yes. See if we get an opening print bounce.
The tricky thing is SPY is still over the open, but NQ is triggering that short. I'm personally going to just be very cautious here because I've had a couple good days in a row. And, you know, sometimes the biggest tilt days come after the best days.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to be aware of that. I also did finish up a bunch of accounts last night, which is good. I feel like just New York session lately has just been tough.
Yeah.
I am leaning short on gold, though, I will say. I'm waiting for the 2-minute 8 at least to catch up a little bit. My gut tells me just like short. Close my
I
eyes
know.
and
I
just
was just thinking that
walk away.
too. With the NQ rejecting the open here.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like too obvious, but that sometimes like
It's just like, yeah, then you're shooting yourself in the foot. But problem is, you really have to go like with the 100-point stop at this point.
Yeah, I mean it's not bad, but you probably only be able to do like
Yeah.
2 or 3 micros. But like, the thing is, the trade should work. This is,
Yeah, we coming into, let's see, which lower we got? Pre-market low or overnight low. Overnight low is at 24,193. So we're just a couple points away. 10 points.
I'm watching gold here, guys, for a short with a stop at high of day. If it's 2 minutes to close. Targets at 40, 43, basically 44, 40. A little bit of spike there in gold.
I'd love to see some sort of pullback here and potential lower high.
There goes that short. It just seemed too obvious.
Yeah.
It did exactly what I wanted. I think I psyched myself out.
I wanted it to do that, but then before we broke below the open, I wanted it to give us like one more 2-minute lower high that we could enter on.
Mm-hmm.
She's just dumping now.
Yeah. Yeah. Almost gap fill. If we do get some type of 2-minute, we could take it, but also still watching gold. I would say one more sideways 2-minute bar, I'll take the short on gold. So target would be, what the hell? Hold on. Might have my level 3. Oh yeah, I actually did. So, hold on. I did actually have my levels wrong. There's really nothing there. Which actually is good, but so we really have nothing on gold for a while here, actually, but we need to break under 43.49. You can go down to yesterday low. Yeah, I mean, really down to yesterday low. It's like nothing. 4,200. So let's see. You probably could take it a little bit earlier, but the safe bet is underneath it because it has a lot of room.
About 1 minute to the first 15-minute close.
Pretty sure we don't have anything today. 10 even do it. No. Yes, trying to rally back to the open print.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, thank you can give us like a 2 minute. I think that would be about here. Let's see.
So do we just rally here from that gap fill?
I think you got close. Or cues. I mean, it's kind of close. I think we'll watch this under 43.49, so we have so much room to the downside. Silver has like $2 or $1.50. It's also near overnight low, so that would actually make some sense if it did do that. Two alerts set right there at the GC level, just to make sure I don't miss a thing.
Zach, go ahead and scoot left for me. Or scoot to, there you go. What up, everyone? I'm trading with Hormozy today. You can see we're doing live trading here, getting it done. So come join the live stream, everybody. There it is, baby. You gotta, if you can't breathe, you can't trade. Let's get it done.
Not wrong. You're not wrong.
I don't know if you can see. I added the Hormozy picture next to your camera.
Oh, I can see it there now. Yeah. I'm very tempted. Okay. I'm very tempted to take that short there, 85. So you broke that previous candle, and there's instant 20.
Oh yeah, this is actually kind of what I'm over here.
almost pulled that trigger on NQ. As I was saying that, it just dropped 25 points. So I don't really want it to come back up. I mean, we'll see. I was focused on gold, but I was saying, okay, if we get a 2-minute sell setup in NQ, we can take it. And then, like, as I kind of looked over in NQ, I'm like, okay, it looks good.
I know. Give that. Give the 2-minute.
Yeah, I mean, that was really it.
Lower high that I was looking for.
Yeah, and pulled right back. I'll just show my screen what I was watching because I have the indices on my other screen. So I turned 2-minute on, regular trading hours, pretty picture perfect. Came back up, 3-bar pullback, 2-minute. I was looking to kind of take. I almost took it direct, but I was like, I want to focus on gold because at the time gold was looking like maybe reject. Gold didn't do that, and Q did, and then there we go. So, oh well. Also, I'll keep it up just to see. Gold is shaping up too. It's trying. Silver's under the opening print. It's just like a battle. I think we just need like a big just flush, get it going. And then... Let's see. Did make new lows there on NQ, not quite yet on ES. I think if ES does, we should flush. Gold just trying to hang on to the opening print, really just going sideways. Silver's under, made new lows.
NQ giving us ES a little bit of a 2-minute double bottom bounce right now.
If this 2-minute bar sells or starts to sell, and this 5-minute becomes like a doji back to like 55s, I think I'm going to take that short in Q. Stop will be above the opening print. So it'd be like about 100 points still, but I think it will. So basically, if the first like minute of this 2-minute gets down to like 60 to 50-ish area, take that. doesn't. It's not the end of the world, but I prefer it. Let's see, about 10 seconds. I don't mind that. Wait for this 2-minute bar to close because it is possible the 5-minute wants to catch up, which I don't want to fight if that is the case. I just realized my sound is off now. Okay. Just in case I missed it. So the 5-minute close is decent. I'm gonna wait for this 2-minute. I think if this 2-minute triggers a sell, it's like under 58s. I think that'll be the entry. Again, it's still gonna be a 100-point stop, but not really much you can do. I mean, I guess technically you could do like above this previous high, but I'd want to like know I'm wrong, which would be above the opening print.
I see you, Frank. I see you, Frank. Zach and I are here with you. Frank said ES. Okay, because Frank did take the ES 2-minute off the OP, which I like. Frank, are you still in it? I'm still watching for a potential entry to join you.
Yeah, the cleanest entry was that under that opening print. We would have been able to get almost 100 points there from like 35, 40-ish to 42 or so.
So Frank,
we do get a 5.
Go ahead.
I'm saying if we do get a 5-minute tag, I think that's the short for sure.
Frank, based off of your chat, I'm assuming you use the 15-minute rule where no trades within the first 15 minutes. I like to go with eat it within the first 1-minute rule.
I like that rule. It's my favorite rule. That actually used to be my only rule, and I lost too much money.
How are you gonna get rich if you're not eating the open?
That's what I literally would do that with SPX. I just launch SPX contracts. Like, why is half my account gone in 5 minutes?
Geez, heck of a bounce here. Well, yeah, I guess nothing too crazy. About a 100-point bounce. Not quite close to 100 points from the lows on NQ. The VIX just made a new low intraday.
Yeah, it's just tagged over the print again there.
Mm-hmm.
Watching GC now for a short from above. Be looking around like the 92 to 97 area. Let's see.
Palantir with the epic reversal today, down $10. $8, I should say.
This could be the 5-minute 8 EMA tag through time if we get that. So I'm gonna watch how this. If this 2-minute bar closes weak, I'm gonna take the short with the stops above the open.
Yeah, ES rejecting the opening print here again.
I'd say if this 2-minute closes underneath 75, I'm gonna take it. If it gets too extended, then I'll wait a second. But I think this is. Yeah, this could be it. Let us see.
2 minutes hanging on here, though.
right, so the 5's kind of catching up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So we just
VIX really starting to roll over here too.
I think I might take this.
You're hopping in shorts here.
Debating it. I'm trying to figure out what the stop would be. Because if we get back over the open, then like this probably just doesn't work. So I think we'll wait for a small reject at first. To this 2-minute bar close. This 2-minute can close here. I think I'm gonna take it. Stop would be like 22s. Wait for this 2-minute bar close, guys. I just took it there at 25.
I'm gonna stab at it with you.
Stops for me. I put 60 don't stop. So stops are at 85. So at that point, it'd be pretty definitive that we break over those previous highs, get back over the open print, should reject from this area here.
The thing I don't love is the VIX rolling over.
Yeah, I was gonna short ES initially, but ES is technically above the open. Like, so this is another case too where I have my stop. So I have my stop at 60 points, but like if we were to get a 5-minute close above like the 5-minute 8 EMA for ES or just a strong bar, I'd probably just close beforehand. Like if this 2-minute closes above and then this 5-minute closes like above the opening print, for me, there's no reason to risk the full stop. I have my full stop always like, okay, if like I enter the trade and that thing just goes immediately wrong, how much am I willing to risk? So I kind of like reverse engineer the position. I'm like, okay, if I want to risk $300, how many micros, where the stop would be? Or I usually say, where's the stop going to be? And then how many micros would that be or whatever. I rarely trade with minis anymore personally, unless I'm trying to do an eval. But even then, you know, sometimes it's better off.
Yeah, still just do it, loading up the micros, and you can manage it a little bit differently.
Exactly.
Yeah, even if like the fact that you can do the micro to mini scaling, I think I'd almost always rather trade with micros just to have the more.
I've never done that. I don't even know how.
What do you mean?
Is that like what you're saying? Like you can like convert the mini to the micro?
No. So like how the prop firms offer, like if you can trade, 4 minis, you can trade 40 micros. So
Okay.
I think I would, you could trade the same size with your micros, but it just gives you more versatility and kind of scaling in and out of the position, which I would much rather have the ability to do than like do it with less cons, but just as big or bigger size.
Yeah, the only way it would not make sense is if you're like a scalper, because then the fees add up.
Yeah, the fee. Yeah, for sure.
Decent size, then like you're good. So that 5-minute close pretty strong there on ES. I'm not gonna lie. NQ not as strong. So I'm still gonna hold, but I am aware that that 5-minute did close decently there on ES. So if we get a little bit more follow through than I'd like here on NQ, I consider. I mean, I'm not like in big size, so like I can still hold to my stop, but just kind of like being aware of the price action. I would say if we can get back under, call it 200, 24,200, I think the trade starts to work.
All right, I like the way that looks.
I would consider closing this early if need, but for now, let it rock.
Mm-hmm. 37 minutes since market open here. Mm-hmm.
All right, if we get a close up here, it's probably gonna fail. I'm gonna just keep holding to the stop, but 5-minute close over the opening, probably get back up to 320s. Which then we can look for another short from up there.
Yeah, my stop just got tagged on that one there.
Yeah, the ES bar there, that is what kind of made me believe it was gonna fail.
Mm-hmm.
It was stronger, much stronger. It could still, not reject, but that is for me. It was like, okay, maybe I'll close, but I didn't want to close just solely based on that. So
Yeah, when I saw the way the VIX was rolling over, I almost talked myself out of giving it a short stab. And in retrospect, maybe I should have, but I was looking for like the 2-minute rejection low off the opening print originally,
yeah.
so I figured give it a stab if it was the original plan.
And normally I take the first 5-minute direct, which I probably should have done because if I took it there 45s, I would have been able to get at least 40 to 45 points. So I probably should have done that in hindsight. I just didn't want to like get caught in a face ripper, but
we'll see here. 5 minutes still hasn't gotten a close above the open.
Yeah. If this 5-minute candle closes strong, then I'm gonna exit, but it's just no reason to risk the points.
Mm-hmm.
I might just have some level. I mean,
yes, and a VWAP. This is the area where
new high too.
What's that?
ES made a new high right there as well on the day.
Oh yeah, I did.
So actually, I think everything he did besides NQ actually. Yeah.
This is the area where VIX saw some support pre-market, so we'll see if we break down from here. If it continues to hold again. now she's starting to look a little squeezy, a little V patterny on the indices.
If I do get stopped here, I'd consider another short at like 315 because that's the level plus high of day plus the 5-minute 20. But I don't want to hold until then just because that's too wide of a stop.
YM and RTY also with new highs. NQ the only index that hasn't made a new high in the day.
Hanging in there by a thread. Still not very optimistic because the previous 5 minutes pretty strong.
Yeah, I have my finger on the trigger for another short stab with a little bit of a wider stop.
I would say, like, this is a setup where like I would add to it if we get like a 5-minute close under the VWAP, which is like for me 24.22, basically like right under entry. I would consider adding. So I'd be like a little bit overweight, but this is a setup like in my eyes that like is very, very high probability. Or like this is something maybe that if I'm in on one account, I'll add another account, to it, for example.
I just got in at 24 239. Giving it one more stab here. And I'm going to give it a bit of a wider stop as well.
This is like a tricky one because like sometimes like one thing that I do is like I'll if I'm still feeling shaky about a setup, I'll like take some off a break even. But I've been trying my best to just like allow the trade to play out because like, I entered it for a reason. It may not be the exact path I wanted, but
yeah. Yeah, I think
like,
that
if this works, this is just going to be like a crazy scenario where it's like,
Mhm.
okay, my stop didn't get hit by literally 2 points. Now it's working.
Yeah, that's a nice start for sure. We've had a couple scenarios on stream together where it's like we've had some good holds and just let the trade invalidate itself.
So we got just shy of 50 points. I was about to take a trim and then it bounced pretty hard. had my finger on the trigger to sell and it bounced really hard. That's frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
I literally was about to press market sell. It's okay. You must believe. It's also the 15-minute close.
Yeah, the 15-minute looks like it could be setting up a potential 15-minute sell here, which would be nice.
Yeah.
Come on, baby, let's dump it. Break this previous 15-minute low. It's below that 5-minute wick.
ES just needs to now break under VWAP, which is also opening print as well for it. So basically, I'll think under 65.88 on ES. We should be able to get that follow through.
Well, I'm hoping it gives it to you, Ethan. VIX seeing a nice bounce. So that honestly factored into me getting back into the short. I just thought VIX was at an area where it could hold. Let's see here, though. Do we get the follow through?
ES still bouncing there at VWAP. Needs to break under VWAP opening print. Otherwise, I don't think this works. So I think I'm going to now base this trade based on ES because we saw ES be strong and take us up. So now if ES gets a strong bar, I think I'm just going to exit, which would be for me back over like 6,600, regardless of what the price is on NQ. See the ES bounce leading to the NQ bounce. This 2-minute bar will dictate what I do. Strong close here on ES. I'm just going to close. Seconds to get a little bit of a flushy. one more 2-minute candle. Break over the previous high and or on Q as well. I'll probably be out of there. I really don't. Hey guys, I'm just gonna close it here. Basically break even minus 2 points. I just don't. I mean, it still could work. I just don't love that ES strength. It bounced now 3 times at the opening print, or right above the opening print at VWAP. It still could easily work. So I don't know. I just. I have one eval I'm working on, or maybe I'll keep it open or like re-enter, but I don't know. It's just a bit shaky because again, it made new lows, high, higher low. This could be a potential higher low. The ES is just throwing me off. So we'll see. If we get another sell, I can always just re-enter. There's no rule saying I can't. So like if we get back under like 200 or so. I definitely am a little salty I didn't get that trim off. I literally had to take profit at 50 and hit like 40 points. So that's a little more.
That's the worst.
Yeah. Because I don't really need like a 1-to-1 R. Like I don't really care about it.
Yeah.
Much. I just like I'm okay. Like
if it's if it's a dollar amount you're happy with, take it. Yeah. Like what's it?
But I guess yeah. And so it's like I guess if we think about it, right? Trade wasn't working, ended up working, but I was 2 points away from getting stopped, and then the trade worked, but I was a point away from taking profit. So sometimes that's just trade. I will re-add though, even into strength, maybe. I'm also like again coming off of 2 really big days, so maybe that's why a little bit, being a little bit more timid.
Yeah, just protective.
Yeah,
which I think is valid. I think it's not a bad mentality to have when you're on a hot streak.
Yeah, exactly. And like I am a big believer of like, you as a trader need to like build discipline because at the end of the day, like it's just you versus you. But like I did actually use the lockout tool for like the first time in a long time on these firms because I didn't want any excuse. Like I've been there before. I'm up a lot, have in theory a payout locked in, just need a flip. Like I don't want any greed, any emotions, any excuses coming between me and a potential payout. So like this would be a re-entry here potentially, but ES is still just bouncing.
Yeah.
I'll just show you ES here, right? 5 minute. It has now 4. I mean, like it hasn't gotten follow through up, and we actually did just sweep the previous highs, and now dipping a little bit. But like the better move should happen. ES under opening print, under VWAP, like under 88s, we should get a flush. Until then, like we can, but I just feel uneasy, and like I personally would like am in the camp. Just me right now. Nothing wrong with the setup. I still think it's valid. I'm in the camp where I'd rather not take a win than take the loss. Sometimes it's like I want to just put on the risk and let it go. But...
Yeah. No, I feel what you're saying. I think that makes sense.
I do have one account that are just evals. I have like 2 micros just running, but looking for like the mega target. But that's not realistic typically for my normal trading. I don't know the last time I've gotten over 100 points on the NASDAQ on a funded account. Probably never. That's the way I trade though.
Hey, you're taking payouts, so whatever you're doing is working.
Anytime that I try to hold for more, it always backfires. And then if I, like this is a different story because like I wanted to sell, I just like didn't.
Yeah.
Anytime I'm like, okay, I'm gonna hold for 100 plus, blah blah blah. No.
Yeah, there's been a few days here and there, but for the most part, it's been.
Yeah.
Been
I mean, it's different. Like, if the market itself is super volatile, like I remember like last April, it was like, printing 1,500 point days, like it was nothing. Then I'd like really size down one or two micros, 80
Yeah.
to 100 points. On a typical day, I usually aim for like 20 to 40 most of the time and then reevaluate. Because my whole thinking is, let's just say I still was in the trade, or let's just say I did take the profit, right? My whole thinking is if I can get 40, 50 points, we usually get another entry. So like here, we would have gotten at least 40 points, almost 50, right? It would have given you another 2-minute sell. It most times gives you at least one more entry. If we get a scenario where we get a 300-400 point move in one direction without even a 2-minute entry, you got your points and you're happy. So like NQ right now is giving me, it wants to roll over. ES is saying I'm holding you up for dear life.
Yeah. Yeah.
I am considering a gold short though, right here. Maybe I'll hold off till a little bit higher.
We have 4 minutes to the first hourly close here.
Yeah, see this hourly close, that'll be key. Just run to the bathroom real quick, 1 second.
Yep, no problem. We don't love that. We're back to break even here. The 15-minute didn't ever quite trigger. Wish I had the capital for next week. Damn, Ethan, that sucks. Sounds like a similar thing just happened to Zach. I was trying to hold for more here, and this could still work, but I think Zach was saying here, I think is valid. I don't like the other three indices are all looking pretty strong. I think he's been trying to fight it, but
Okay, so we did get a little bit of a pop. All right, so ES did just test higher. This would be a potential re-entry that I'm watching here for NQ. Because now we did test higher. We tested level almost at 5-minute 20. If NQ closes weak, I think I'm going to re-enter this. Stops above these highs. Sweet, sweet. We're still holding on to that damn view up though. Yes.
I was about to say I don't hate that 5-minute close. But...
I'm gonna take it here, guys. I took it on an eval. Got in at 24,211. Stops at 84 or 80. Yeah, 84.
Yeah, that's where I had moved my stops to as well.
Yeah, so we got a 72 point stop. This is an eval account. I always like letting you guys know when I'm on funded or an eval. So
yeah, when we in evals, we send it, baby. We're gonna send it, bruh.
So this is an eval account, like I said, guys. I am using still a decent sized position. Normally this should be a couple micros, but because it's an eval, I'm willing to risk a little bit more. I still also like am taking good trades. Like I don't ever just take a trade to take it, but I do just like mentioning when I do take an eval trade because some of them, are funded or they're personal. So
I mean, there's obviously less. There's the cost of the eval, right? That's on the line. There's much, there's less financial risk to
exactly
to where if it's a funded, you could be potentially doing damage to a larger payout or whatever it may be.
Exactly. Yeah. Because it's like, maybe, someone's using a 25K account or even 2 micros of the 70 point stop might be too wide.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why, I see all these freaking monkeys on TikTok, all these streams posting, and it's so clear that they're on an eval and like claim to not be. It just frustrates me. So.
Yeah. The new thing I've seen recently is a new like group of like young like TikTok age traders, and they're just like a lot of them pretend that they're posting on it, but like a lot of them are just like trading sim and like trying to teach how to trade, but like they've only ever traded sim, and they even say that. Just, dude, you can't teach something based off of trading sim when you've never put like actual dollars on the line.
Yeah, it's just so frustrating. But I get it. It's a space.
I totally get it. And obviously, there's a lot of people making a lot of money from content in space. So I am, maybe I was just knocking the hustle. I don't mean to knock any hustle. And if you're someone who wants to take in that content and you feel like you can learn from it, good for you.
Yeah. If this 2-minute flips up, we probably have bottomed, at least temporarily. But, again, I'm just letting it roll.
I would say, go ahead.
I was just saying, I am still watching a short on GC at like 28s, which I would take on my funded. So yeah.
But just continuing with the conversation we were having before that, I was trying to say, I feel like, you can spend a lot of time learning and watching content and reading books and all that stuff, but trading, just like anything in life, is one of those things to really learn and get good at. You got to get your hands dirty. You know what I mean? You gotta get in there and start doing it.
I've never read a trading book, to be honest.
I know you said that before, which I think is like, no, like, I think that's completely valid. Like, I think you learn way more from actual experience in the markets.
But like, here's the difference: is I've read like stuff with like psychology and mindset.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's more valuable than reading a trading book, personally. Because it's like anything. Like you just said, if I'm going to try to play baseball, what's more valuable, me taking reps in the field or me reading a book about baseball? Well, it's probably taking reps. What's now more valuable? Like, taking reps or learning how to, be a good loser, having a short, mindset. That's probably, like more comparable. So
Yeah, 100%. And the trading books I've like read and actually enjoyed and felt like I've gotten something from have all just been psychology trading books. Not
Absolutely.
like a little bit of technical analysis stuff, but most of my technical analysis I feels like comes from like putting the reps in the gym.
Yeah. Exactly. So either this bar or the next will flip the 2-minute likely on NQ. However, we have to wait because depending on where this one pushes to. Part of me just does think we go higher just because of how many times ES held it. Literally held it 5 times on the 5-minute. But maybe it needed this. So now we officially tagged the 5-minute 20 there on ES. Before it didn't officially tag. Now we just did officially tag it.
Give us the 5-minute outside bar here, eh?
Yeah, I mean that would be great. If we can get under, you know, it's big if we get back under the opening print and VWAP, I'm pretty sure now at this point we're gonna get down to that gap fill. Not even get down to the lows, which is take profit, not even get 40 points, whatever. And I think we get to the full gap fill, which is like whatever that is, 100 points plus lower. There's maybe even a world where ES doesn't make new lows and NQ gets the gap fill.
It's a world I'd be alright living in.
I also, here guys, I'm personally holding for bigger targets. So I'm looking for a larger move because it's an eval again. If you're underfunded, and you can take your normal quote move, but I'm looking for like at least like 60 points here. But regardless of how you dice it, so far, I mean, we got the pop and the drop. Since that pop and drop, which waited for, it's just been sideways. So at least on NQ, ES has a little bit more.
I have my screen up right now, but just to show you Zach's, you can see we're both in very similar short positions here. So essentially the same stop. Our entries are, I think, maybe 15, 20 points apart.
So, I mean, you're pretty much in from the last entry, which was like what you said, like 27. You got it.
Yeah. So my original entry on the one I got stopped in, I was in at 24,208, and then I got the stop back above the open, and then this entry I'm in at 24,239.
Gotcha. Yes, probably about like 20 points apart. Stop.
Give us the dump, baby.
Definitely a good reaction so far off the 5-minute 20.
Yeah. I just don't like that
Yes.
we're still just kind of holding the lower ends of this 2-minute range, trying to bounce here again.
Yeah. We just need like the next 5-minute bar. Yeah, it's just a flush through open.
Yeah,
through.
just dump it right back to the lows. The 15 still hasn't triggered. We haven't broke below that 15-minute bar with the bigger upper wick. So we just put in a 15-minute inside bar, and now we'll see what this is.
I still can see the world where ES doesn't make a new low and NQ either sweeps the lows or gets the middle lows.
Oh, sorry, Chad. I just seen a couple questions here. TX376 said, but how do you quantify / solidify learning from practical experience? Yes, I think journaling is absolutely yeah, a must. Like if you're coming in every day and you're just throwing, you know, darts at the board, and you know you're not winning trades, you're whatever, you're putting stops too tight, you're not holding long enough, whatever, just whatever you're doing is causing you to lose in the markets, or even if you're winning and not, and you know, tracking what you're doing that's working.
Yeah.
You know, that's, I think that's just kind of beating your head against the wall and like, you know, hoping to learn from experience. I'm sure you'll learn certain lessons that way. But if you really want to maximize learning, what I would do is I would come in every morning. You know, if you're going to trade the New York session, if that's what you want to do, you know, I would make a pre-market plan, which would be lay out, you know, a couple different scenarios. If the market does this, then I'm going to react by, you know, looking to do this. But if the market does that, I'm going to react by looking to do this. Create that game plan ahead of time, and then, you know, trade. Do your best to stick to your game plan. And then when you're done, win, lose, break even, however that day goes, you know, compare your plan to what you then actually did, what you executed. Compare why did I deviate from my plan? Oh, I stuck to my plan and it just didn't work out. That happens. You know, track your data, see if, okay, does this strategy work? Does it not? You know, and that's how you can find your mistakes and the things that you're doing well and actually know what they are and have the numbers behind them. There's also a lot of really great journaling tools out there that can help you like sort through this data, like like TradeZilla was the word I'm looking for. I like to call it TradeZilla because that's what Aaron was calling it at first, for the old TradeZilla. But so TradeZilla is, you know, a journaling tool. There's, you know, there's other journaling tools out there as well. TradeZilla is just, you know, one of the bigger ones. So yeah, if you do all that, track your data, then that's, I think, how you can, you know, it's a combination of learning in a real environment, learning what it feels like to have some risk on, learning what it feels like to go through the frustrations of getting stopped out, and then turning and going to your profit target. You know, you got to learn all those things as well as the technicals, you know, the fundamentals, whatever you decide to use to trade. But journaling and, you know, game planning and kind of grading yourself, I think, is very key to that. Omar then said, on ES, we went down and filled Friday's gap, and now we might fill yesterday's gap? Question mark. So yes, Omar. That based off of my charting, it looks like we did fill Friday's gap, and now it's looking like, yeah, we could potentially come up into yesterday's gap, which would be around 66.32s. I know that can be a little bit different for everybody depending on your charting and your setting and all that stuff, but just to show you.
He has just made new highs there. So the 2 minute is going to flip either on the next candle or the one after that, depending on if it gets followed through. This could be maybe a sweep at the highs on the S and failure, but if it holds, then we probably do higher. Which then I would look to take a short on my actual funded account.
Yeah, Frank, I think my settings are a little bit different, but you can see here we got Friday's close here, and then we tagged it here, and then yesterday's close. So Fridays to yesterday's. See on spot.
This 2-minute flips I'm going to close. Even though it's on an eval, just there's no reason to risk. I don't think that it works from there.
Looks like it did not fill in SPY though.
It's that 5-minute. Technically, everything actually I'm going to hold just because the 520 is below now my
Hold the line, baby. That's what I like to hear.
If we overshoot it by a little, so be it. But
let's go, baby. We ride.
That is pretty much as good of a 2-minute you can get, as it looked like it was going to flip, breaking the previous 2-minute high, not breaking under. It's just that damn ES, man. It's like,
Jeez.
oh, that ain't good.
Yeah.
You just tied that 5-minute 20 there, though. So that could pin us down, but went from a great 2-minute to the worst 2-minute.
Yeah, that thing was a tease.
I almost added. So I see a little bit more follow through, but I didn't. Now at this point, under those, which is basically my entry is pretty much where we just got that rally from. Under there, I would potentially add on this eval, making it pretty hefty size. We have 7 micros. Yeah. Probably go to a full minion and just risk the whole thing. So even if the trade works from now, it's definitely not the path that I would have wanted. But that goes back to now my initial thought about ES just hanging in there, which is why I originally closed. So for me, I'm happy with what I did. I closed it and then I reopened it on the eval. Just less mental risk. Because again, even if the trade works from now, it's not the path. And then in theory, I could have just taken the 5-minute 20 short. You know, if I could have avoided the last 40 minutes, just taking this short, and boom, there's 30, 35, 40 points, whatever that was, depending on your entry. So it's like, you know, a lot of headache for literally nothing. which is what I normally do. Is I take the first 5 minute 8:20 rejects, 15-minute 8. It just won't work for me. So boom, there's 50 plus points. So just a good reminder that if ever you're in a trade you feel uncomfortable, which is what I did, I took the exit. Were there opportunities for points? Yeah. But
well, I luckily did not get stopped in that one. We never.
yeah, I'm still in on the eval.
Yeah, we never triggered above these highs here.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
But
This looks at this point now like it should want to give us a little follow through, but we'll see.
It should work now. Yeah, after ES rejecting from higher. Again, now going back here, ES is still at VWAP, still at opening print. Is this now what we need to break under? We got the sweeps of the highs, the rejects from the highs. We don't have my levels here, but we also rejected the level. Is this what we need now to break through the VWAP? Break through. The only thing now is VWAP's a little bit higher. Before it was like right above the opening print. Now it's at 96's opening print's at like 89. So we still have a little bit ways to go to break VWAP, then break opening print, but it's at least a little bit more optimistic.
Well, so much for that.
Yeah, there goes my
So
stop.
it was just getting trapped the other way.
Yeah, that's gotta be news though, I think.
What's that? Yeah, it may be. Yeah, that's getting pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely news.
Well, it looks like today just wasn't my day.
That's definitely news, 100%. I am looking to short GC here though, guys. Fuck, I took entry and I didn't even. I was going to signal the entry, but sorry, I took an entry at 42. Actually, I might come back to entry here. All right, perfect. Boom. 28, guys. I took an entry. He's got a 13-point stop here. So 41. This will be my last trade here. All right, so we got 13-point stop in now. You guys probably got a better entry than me. If this doesn't work, this will be my last trade of the day, right? This hourly EMA plus level area. I have to imagine that was news. I mean, that 5-minute bar just snap back, reverse to 150 points. So, okay, what? I set a trend of 19.5. So we got to fill there. Okay, got filled. Nice, very nice. My stops are even off of the rest. Little scalpy there on GC. I guess that's over here. All right.
So it looks like Iran opened to U.S. outreach, ready to listen.
What you said?
What came out was Iran is open to U.S. outreach and ready to listen.
Makes sense.
I think that might have been what gave us that pump there.
Yeah. That makes sense. Normally I wouldn't put my stop in even for this trade and just let it go. But the thing is, with this news, I knew this was a data spike type of news or something. I just didn't want to overstay my welcome. This was the area I was looking to short, this 28 area. So, I got some points, and now we'll just kind of see what happens from here. Okay.
Jeez. The chat was funny. Somebody was like, "Can somebody send a nuke so my puts will print, please?" And someone said, "Oh, I'm sure they will. They're just going to give a little more pain first. Immediate dumpage."
That's wild. Got a 130.2 minute bar. This is what I just was saying. Just like, the market is just not clean. It's just so nasty. Forget puts, forget calls, forget up or downside. It's really, really just nasty.
Bro, look, we're already wicked, dude. Look at this. We're right back up. This is wild.
Yeah, that's
It's what, 11? There wasn't any data at 11, I don't think.
No.
Look at this price action, bro.
Yeah, this is brutal. Literally just like 70, 80.1 minute bars. So GC short would have produced like 20 something points, but I didn't hold. I had my stops at even. But again, you know, flip side, you look at what happened with NQ. Could have easily happened with GC. I don't even know what to do with anything. This action though so far, again, day's not over, but at least this action so far is the type of action that make you want to like start pressing buttons, revenge trade, tilt.
Oh,
which
yeah,
is
for sure.
why I locked myself out, which 99% of the time I can do without a button. But you know, everybody's human, everybody has emotions, and so you know, like I said, I didn't want to let anything get in the way of you know potential payouts. So
100%. Yeah. I mean, just you look at the action. We did get the, kind of that initial push down, which I think we both were kind of eyeballing, but didn't take off
Yeah.
the rip. And then some pretty tight and tricky consolidation for a while to just some violent candles back and forth here.
I mean, yeah, this is just brutal.
To ultimately
I
still
mean,
have gone pretty much nowhere. We're still sitting at
Yeah, and
yesterday's low.
we did fill the gap on ES, right?
Yeah, we did.
Spot,
Yeah.
which I knew was a possibility, but when we were trading very close to the downside gap, was okay. I feel like that's going to happen first. So I don't know. This is the type of action though where it's like check back later, in my opinion, but I'm still gonna watch because I want to see this 15-minute how it closes. I mean, I hate doing it again, but if this 15-minute candle closes near the open of the bar, which is underneath the opening print, it is possible the shorts could work again. I am not gonna long just because there's more damage that can be done mentally, just flipping, flopping. But doesn't mean I'm going to fire away another short just for no reason. So I wish I maybe would have held on to my GC short a little bit more, but I was just trying to be super safe in case whatever news that popped, would have ran my face over. I didn't want that to go south. So from 44.28, yeah, you would have had a couple points of drawdown. You would have been able to get at least 20 points, almost like 2R.
Danny Omar said he got stopped out on his longs, targeting the gap fill. When we got there. Ugh. Sorry to hear that, Omar. That sucks.
It wasn't easy. It wasn't as easy as just like long for the gap fill. Because again, it could have gone either way. When we were at the lows, we probably would have said like, why are you targeting the top gap, targeting the bottom gap, right? So regardless of what we did today, I mean, I took 3 trades. NQ on funded, basically break even. NQ on eval, got hit with the news candle. But again, I was up many times 30 to 40 points. I just didn't take it. And then I took gold on the funded. Didn't get much, got about like 9 points or 10 points or something. So, yeah.
That's probably all I'm going to do for today. I took my 2 L's, going to keep it there.
The only thing I will do is take another stab short now that we did fill the upside gap.
Yeah, that's valid, I think.
Yeah, the next 7 minutes need to reverse another 50 points in order for me to want to do that. Which even then, I still may not, but I would at least have justification. I think ES filled the gap, tested higher, tested the hourly, and 15-minute EMAs back under the opening print. Teradyne absolutely ripped. Got that gap under freaking missile. But tough entry. It ain't easy.
Yeah, it ain't easy.
So I always say, whenever you can have days where whether you're swing trading or day trading, and you take whatever you take, and you can be done in 30 minutes. It's like, don't take those days for granted, because some days you're sitting at the screens for hours or all day, and you're just sitting there like, wow, I couldn't even get a winning trade if it was handed to me. And then again, news happens. That's why you can only control what you can control.
does look like a valid area to short the NQ from, but
Yeah, I'm probably gonna pass. I think I'm just gonna be done for the day.
yeah, no, I agree. I took my two losses.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, we can just we'll wrap up the live trading session here. Then we'll be
All right.
back. We'll be back at noon with the nooner with Aaron and everybody. Then tomorrow we're gonna be running the game show, so that'll be tomorrow afternoon. Make sure you guys stick around for that. We'll be back tomorrow morning 8:15 as well. So if you're still trading, trade safe out there. We appreciate you guys tuning in, and we'll talk to you guys all here in about 45 minutes.
Catch
See
you
you,
guys.
Zach.
Have a good one.
Thanks for
See you
coming on,
later.
man. Bye. Good afternoon, everybody. We are back with Aaron for the nooner. Aaron, I'll let you get right into it.
What's up, everybody? Hope everybody had a good morning. How we doing? What's up, Miss Tomika? All right, we'll give everybody a minute or so to get in. Market's kind of going sideways. Better than the VIX screaming higher, but we will see. What's up, Mr. Paz? All right. Give everybody about 30 seconds. We'll see. There might be a little short here. We'll see if that holds. I doubt it. We're probably just going to stay range bound here on the VIX for a while. But we'll see. Bouncing off that long. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Wilf. Okay, well, let's get started, guys. All right, so here's where we're sitting. All right, starting off on the VIX. All right, now, remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. All right. So same thing, nothing is broken. Right, nothing has broken. Okay, those 1580s, right, that we've been using since January 13th to highs, there's that pullback. Okay. Now, what we're watching here going into the afternoon and the rest of the week, okay, there's that long right there. All right, that I just showed you from those 1580s to highs. And here's the short. All right, from March 23rd down here to our lows after that big sell-off on the VIX, rally on the indices yesterday morning pre-market. Okay, and that short hasn't broken. We traded right up into it this morning and got slammed, okay, from that level. Now, what's holding us up? We were looking at this morning, okay, this long, never. So we've come right back down to it. All right, so there's our range. VIX is just not giving up. Probably won't for here for a while. Okay, so that's just drawn from our lows at 7 a.m. on Monday to our highs at 8 a.m. on Monday. Okay, and first time it broke, yes, but now we're holding it. We traded this to the tick. All right, 57, round down to 55, subtract the tick, 50s. Right, we traded the 50s, so we never broke. All right. But then this next measured move, after we traded against that short setup, that next measured move broke. So you can see we're in a range. All right, so we can squeeze all the way back to the top of the range. That would send the indices down. If we get through this and get to these targets, whole nother ball game here. All right. But as of right now, we're just considering this a range until it's not a range anymore. We want to stay out of the middle. All right, until the middle begins to hold. See, all the way through here, no middle holding. Rattlesnakes, dangerous, right? So top of the range, bottom of the range. All right, so pretty simple, right? Pretty simple. Nothing's really changed here. Now, the level of volatility on the VIX obviously has decreased, okay? However, nothing's broken. No longs are broken, okay? So just stuck in this range. Any questions? Pretty simple, right? Pretty simple. We can trade the top. We can trade the bottom. Want to stay out of the middle. Everybody good? Okay. All right. Now, onto our financials. Now, remember, bank had this long, right, that we were talking about. And as of right now, this long on our financials is holding. This is putting a tailwind right behind the indices. Okay, and that long is drawn from our lows on the 19th to our highs yesterday. We dropped right into that pullback, and there we go. But now we're at the top of the range. Okay, so if we're going to continue to go up, right, bank's going to have to do it from that pullback. Now that pullback we know is in question because we've touched the top of the range. Okay, so this afternoon, if we see bank make this pullback, right, and VIX continue to squeeze higher into our resistance, then the indices are going to sell off until either the VIX finds support or the VIX finds resistance at the top of the range. Okay? So a whole lot of sideways here. Not a whole lot of trending. All right, but this rolling over, VIX rallying, not good for the indices right now. So we'll see going into the afternoon, right? I haven't had any crazy war news so far yet today, right? So there we go. There's our financials. Now the indices have lost that tailwind they had this morning, right? As of now, they've lost that tailwind. Okay, so moving on to the ES. So here's where we are. You can see it's making a pullback. All right, here's the, let me get rid of these. Now we did fill the gap today. Not that. Hang on. There we go. There we go. Okay. So here's that short from highs, that long from lows that the VIX is holding. Here's the short from highs on the indices. All right. And that's drawn from the top of that monster candle we have. How far did that travel? 6,500 to 6,740, 240 points. From the top of that pre-market candle yesterday to our lows at 115 this morning. Okay. And there's the top. This is the bottom of the VIX range, right? Here's the top of the VIX range. Okay. And we want to stay out of the middle. Now the gap fill this morning was nice, right? If you got it, we had these dip into lows pre-market, right? And the VIX ran into resistance. And then at 9:45, nice move, right? Right into the half or 10 a.m. Little reload right into the full. So the gap is filled. Right now, we got a bunch of unfilled gaps around us. We got one from yesterday, and we've got another couple up there. But we're hesitant to draw up this long, right? Because that's that VIX short in the middle of the range. Okay? So you can see this is just straight sideways. All right? Straight sideways. Okay, and we can take advantage of that, absolutely. Right? Sell the top, buy the bottom. Okay? So nothing too fancy. Nothing too fancy. All right. Moving on to the NASDAQ, same thing, right? There's the short from highs, the long from lows broke. All right. From the top of that crazy candle yesterday to our lows at 1:30 a.m. this morning, pullback, haven't hit our target, right? And here's this next pullback from highs leading us down, right? Little sloppy, so we'll delete it. Just use the VIX as your guide, right? Use the VIX as your guide. Here's the top of the VIX range. And obviously, here's the bottom of the VIX range right there. All right. Again, nothing fancy. The indices are still in a downtrend. VIX is still in an uptrend. Okay. So just keep that in mind, right? Keep that in mind. Let the VIX and bank be your leading indicators. Make your life a whole lot easier. Okay. All right, so there we go. There's the NASDAQ. All right, moving on to the YM and the Russells. Now think bank with the YM and the Russells, right? Because they're the most sensitive to banks' movements. So here's the YM. This is what we were watching. Now both of those are broken. Okay. So here's the short from highs. All right, that high of that spike, that candle, that pre-market candle, down here to our lows, 1 a.m. Tuesday. There's our pullbacks. Okay. Targets are down here. All right, now watch bank this afternoon. If bank does lift off, right, it's going to drag the Russells and the YM higher faster than, that's what I'm going to call it. It's going to drag the YM and the Russells higher faster than it does the ES and the NASDAQ. Okay, because the YM and the Russells are more sensitive to it. All right, moving on to the Russells. Again, not a whole lot has changed. Still in these massive short setups up here. But look at that. It is trapped. There's the long from lows. Okay. From the bottom of the, right before the crazy candle. So that's 6 a.m. on Monday. Okay. To the high of the crazy candle. All right. That gives us this long, which hasn't broken. And then here's the short from highs. High of the crazy candle. Down here to Tuesday, 1 a.m. Okay. So there's top, there's the bottom. Okay, you can see just as of right now, we're in a range until we're not in a range anymore. Okay, it would take bank continuing to make new highs to drag the Russells and the YM up through those. Okay, nothing fancy here, nothing fancy at all. All right, sideways, sideways, sideways. All right, so any questions VIX bank indices. Any questions at all, guys? As we're going into the afternoon. Nothing too spectacular here. I mean, these are great ranges, right? 80 or a 60 point range on the ES. Can't beat that. All right, we'll see if bank still hasn't quite rolled over yet. We'll see, because if this guy, keep an eye on the YM and the Russells, because if this guy starts to lift off, it's going to take the YM and the Russells with it. Okay. All right, so we'll see. There we go. All right. Any questions, guys, on where we are? I know it's kind of boring, but only take what the market gives us here. Everybody good? Okay. All right. Anybody miss anything on the VIX bank indices? You want to see again? No? Okay. All right, very good. All right. So moving on to Bitcoin. Not a whole lot going on here either. Oh, what's that? I don't want that. All right, it's falling. We're still in the crypto winter, right? But this is interesting. So here's that long from lows that we've had for a while, from the lows on February 5th to our highs on March 4th, right? Pull back right there. Never hit that target, right? So we just leave the draw right where it is. Came back down to support. All right, came back down to support. But look, we didn't get through the short setup. Okay, remember, we got targets way up here. Or I shouldn't say targets. We've got our next resistance level way up here. So if Bitcoin would break down from here, that'd be something. That'd be totally different. Okay, obviously we would have run into something that we're not aware of. All right, but based on the indices, right, we could, get stuck in here. It's acting more and more like a risk asset right now. Okay, meaning like one of the indices. So we'll see. See if we get just stuck in here. Nothing going on right now. I'll poke it, make sure it's still alive. I'm serious. Is this thing? There we go. No? Poke it. Make sure my data's on. Yeah, just super slow. Okay, super slow here. All right, nothing really to write home about. Okay, nothing really to write home about. Stuck between that long and that short. This is right in the middle. All right. Okay. All right, so let's go over and look at spot. Maybe spot's moving a little bit for us. There we go. Hang on. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. Okay. All right, so here's spot. All right. Really not in any different situation than the futures markets are. But here's our larger time frame. I always want to remind you guys of this, remind where we are. Okay. Ultimate targets down here at 33.5 or September to October 6th. Okay. So you can see there's still room for this. Right? There's still room. It's just, it has no legs. It has just died on the vine. All right, but there's that short from highs that we haven't gotten through. We can go down to this low now. There's that short from highs. I don't even want to draw that up. All right, and there's that long from lows. Same as the futures. All right, same as the futures, just like that. All right, so nothing really to write home about. Okay. All right, so stock. Somebody give us something exciting. How did I lose my cursor? There it is. Okay. Yeah, the gap did work out though, Tamika. You're right. We ended up filling that gap. Absolutely. Coming right off the top of that VIX range. That was nice. All right. Any stocks you guys want to see? in these slow markets. Just feels like everybody's holding their breath, doesn't it? Waiting for some sort of Middle East news. I could just be totally imagining that, but that's kind of what it feels like. Everybody just kind of holding their breath. All right, everybody good? No stocks again today? Okay. All right, fine. All right, we will move on. This is going to be a short one. Make sure no late stocks coming in. Okay. All right. Fine, fine, fine. There we go. Okay. All right. So, our friendly neighborhood crude oil. All right. Big deal coming up. Remember, crude oil is jacking with everything, right? With our Fed fund futures, which in turn is jacking with the markets, which in turn is jacking with stocks, which in turn is blah, blah, blah. Trickle down. Russian nesting dolls. Okay. Right now, crude oil is a big Russian nesting doll. Yeah. Yes, it is, Tamika. Yeah, I agree. She said the market's a little nuts, little spikes and dips out of nowhere. Yeah, we have no idea what sort of news is cooking. So just be safe, especially in the afternoon, because it's lower liquidity, right? So we got to be a little bit more careful. All right, so here's crude oil. This is the short we're watching. From the high on the 15th, March 15th to this low, right there. All right, so we can see us roll over from here. We're gonna get a tailwind pretty much on everything. Precious metals, indices, right? We'll see, we're not quite there yet. All right. Now, obviously, the other side of this, if for some reason we fly through this, then unfortunately that's gonna, let's just say that's gonna suck for the indices. All right, lack of a better term. Okay, so crude oil is really kind of running the show right now. All right, so we'll see if she rolls over. All right, she's a fickle gal. Sometimes acts like a toddler. Would I say GLW? I'd have to look at it. Let me go back and look at stocks. Hang on. GLW. Let's see. All right, let's look at where it is. Depends, obviously, on your time horizon, right? There's your first extension right there. All right, there's number one, blew to and through that target. So here's number two. That looks like it broke. Did it? Did it? Nope. Did not break. So there's extension number two on the weekly time frame. So weeklies, it's in longs, right? It's in longs with a target up at 178. All right, 178.56. You zoom in here, see where you are. All right, there's our bouncing off support. We haven't broken this short yet. So what you want to watch for here is if we poke our head up above this 146.11 right here, if we can poke our head up there, right, then you can draw this long from lows and buy that pullback, okay? And there'll probably be a heavy participation at that. If this, anytime you see these straight up movements, it's like a house being built with no floors, right? So it's fragile, right? It's fragile. So we'll see if it's going to break that. Like I said, if it breaks these 146.11s, you can draw from this low on March 9th to highs and see if you get that pullback to buy that pullback. But until that happens, it could fall right back down to lows because there's no foundation in here, right? There might be an extension long right there, but we're still in that short. So I wouldn't trust it yet, right? Unless it breaks this. So your spots for an entry on a long are down here, at support, or if we break it and draw from that lows to highs, then you can buy that pullback. So those would be your best bets right there. Okay. All right. There's that. Okay. Hopefully that helped. Okay. Another SOC. Let's see. All right. This hasn't broken a short from highs. You can see it. Let's look at this guy. It's kind of gappy Gapperton here. All right. There's your short. That's what you're running into right there. All right, this is on the daily chart. You can see there's a pullback right here and then an extension long that's broken. All right, here's this pullback. So right there, a little sloppy. That went to and through its target. So here's that extension long, and it looks like, no, maybe we're okay. No, that broke. So you're looking at this short now from highs. Okay, looking for that pullback right there. So here's where you are right now. Okay, it's in this short setup. Of course, we need broad market strength on all these stocks to give us that tailwind. But there's your short setup right now. Sloppy, 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 sloppy. Now the middle of the range is holding, right? So you've got targets down here and your next support level down here at these 1148s. Okay. So that's what you're looking at on that one. It's getting sold into at this next resistance level up here. And you wouldn't want to draw that long from lows to buy until, and even if it does break this, this is starting to get range bound here. Bottom of the range, top of the range, right? And you're right at the top of the range. All right, so definitely wait for pullbacks on that one. Okay. All right, so there you go. There you go, Conrad. Conrad Racing. I'm an indie, so I grew up around all that. I'm not sure what kind of racing you do, but I'm very familiar with a lot of it. Okay. All right. Moving on. Any more stocks? Anybody while I'm on stock page? Anybody? Everybody good? Drag racing. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, we have the U.S. Nationals here, right here at Raceway Park. All right. Ah, Miss Mary Rose, GDX. Yep. Easy peasy on that one. Obviously, just follow GC, right? There's the extension long. Find the right one. This is the one that was it? I think it was there, and I think it was right here. You have to look at the future. Yeah, there it is. You have to look at the futures markets, right? There was this pullback right here, and it's not as technical on GDX, but that's the pullback that we're watching. All right. There you go. So you can see it's bouncing off support. We need GC to break the extension short. If GC can break its extension short, then these guys are going to lift off, right? So nothing really crazy yet. I wouldn't enter GDX or GDXJ until the silver or until the gold futures breaks that extension short, which we'll go over here in a minute. All right. And here's GDXJ. This is the one I have, right? A little bit different, but it's in that extension long as well. All right, there's my average fill if you guys were wondering. All right, so we'll see. But we need silver and gold to break those extension shorts we're in on the futures markets, and then GDXJ can lift off. All right. And we can buy pullbacks, right? And we can buy pullbacks. All right. GDXW, gotcha. All right. Oh, very cool, Conrad. Yeah, try to make it out into next year. Nice. Very cool. Yeah, Raceway Park's cool. All right. GDXW. I have to take a look at that one too. Okay. All right. Anybody else? Anybody else? Very welcome, Miss Mary Rose. Okay. All right. Now moving on. Okay. So here's crude oil, right? That's what we're talking about. There's that short that we're watching. All right. If it does roll over, we got targets way down here. All right. And we would see a boost in everything. All right. We would see a boost in everything if we get crude oil to roll over right there. Okay. But we'll see. Nothing yet. Right. Nothing yet. Okay. Now gold and silver. Okay. So these guys, as I was saying just a second ago, these guys have extension shorts to break. Well, gold has an extension, silver has a traditional. So here is gold's extension short. All right, from March 3rd, okay, down here to our lows on March 23rd. There's your extension short. That's a break up there. There's 46, 59, 30s. Okay, but you can see, and you'll see the same thing on silver. These longs from lows are defending. Absolutely, they are. Okay, so we can run back up to the top of this range. We're going to need that dollar weakness, right? You're going to need that dollar weakness to help us out. So the more dollar weakness we get, the better here. But they're holding up nicely. I mean, they are absolutely defending that long. Absolutely defending that long. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see, but this is looking positive right now for the precious metals. Now, when you go to silver, see pretty much the same thing. Silver's got this traditional from our highs on March 17th to our lows. That's right there. And then there's the long, right? Silver ripped away from this thing. I mean, it absolutely has. It's trying, right? It's trying, kind of going sideways up here, but we're trying to lift off. This little guy broke, right? Not going to get too excited about that. Okay. So that's what we're looking like on the precious metals. Are we starting something here? We'll see, right? Nothing turns around fast in our markets. Okay. It's like turning the Titanic around here. But we'll see. So silver needs to break these 74.52s. All right. And then we can look at loading up on pullbacks. All right. So we're not quite there yet, but looking good. Okay. Now to the dollar. And this is obviously what's creating a big deal on everything. So here's the XY. Right now, this isn't the dollar. It's a bunch of different currencies in an index. Okay. But you can look at yesterday's highs to lows. We didn't break that. Okay. So we could fall from yesterday's highs to lows, right? That would be dollar weakness. That would be very good for everything, okay? Except for crude oil right now. All right, let's put a boost behind the indices and the precious metals. All right, so there we go. Now, when we get to the actual currencies, okay, take a look at this. So here is, get rid of that. There's the dollar yen. Remember, we had this pullback, right, from yesterday's highs to our low here at 10 a.m. yesterday. Or I'm sorry, this is Monday 4 a.m. to our lows here Monday 9 a.m. Eastern. There was that pullback, right? Never hit our target, so we just leave it there. Well, we've officially traded it. Okay, so if we roll out of this, and you see the reaction we're getting, we roll out of this, right? That's dollar weakness down into targets. Okay, boost for the precious metals and the indices. All right, looking at the euro. Okay, here's the euro's pullback. Yesterday, this is all we could get. Yesterday's lows to highs. There's our support. Right? We didn't even make our full pullback. So this lifting off, dollar weakness. Look how far that has to go. That's got a long way to go to get to resistance, right? That's a lot of dollar weakness. Okay, again, That's a tailwind for everything priced in US dollars. Okay, except for crude oil right now. Okay, so if we keep saying this day after day as we're going sideways, if we get VIX weakness, bank strength, dollar weakness, those are the big three pushing the indices higher. Okay, and we haven't had that in a while. Believe it or not, it's hard to say this, but this is the most bullish we've been in a while. Not in sentiment, but just in price, right? Because the VIX isn't screaming higher, right? It isn't screaming higher. At least it's going sideways and not straight up. Okay, and we have a little bit of bank strength. Okay, and you can see that reflected, right, in the indices. Okay, now again, just, you know, anything can happen here with the environment that we're in, obviously. But if we do continue to see that dollar weakness, especially, right, that is going to help everything out. We roll over back into dollar strength, that's going to suck pretty much for everything except for crude oil. Okay, so we'll see. This thing's getting tighter and tighter now. Like, this is just something, right? There's your short, here's your long. Look at that. Have fun with that, guys. Right? I say that in jest. Be very careful on the indices when this is this. Well, look at that. Look how tight that is. That's 35s to 65s. So 6 ticks. 35, 45, 55, 60. Yeah, 6 ticks. 6 tick range. So be careful in that, guys. Be careful. It'll break out one way or the other. All right. Okay. Any questions, anybody? Anything? This is a quick one today. Anything you might have missed you want to see again? Anybody? Again, it's like everybody's just kind of holding their breath here, right? Waiting for some sort of big move, some sort of war news that is going to change the dynamic of everything. But again, as long as the VIX is in longs, guys, which it is, the VIX is in longs, things are going to be difficult, very difficult for the indices. Okay? All right. You're welcome, Mary Rose. You're welcome, Mr. Paz. Wish I had something more exciting for you, but unfortunately we don't. The gap has filled and everything just quit. Right? See that? Fill the gap and then just nothing. All right. Okay, very good. All right, short one today. Tyler, you on?
Yes, sir.
All right, sounds good. Okay, thanks everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow
Aaron.
morning. Be safe this afternoon.
All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks to Aaron, as always. We're gonna wrap it up here for today. We'll be back tomorrow, 8:15 a.m., and we will be bringing you Trading the Game show presented by Tradeify Funding in the afternoon, and give away a couple of accounts as well for anybody that's tuning in to view the segment. So thank you guys once again. We'll talk to you guys all tomorrow. Trade safe this afternoon if you're continuing to trade. Love you.